Test. Yep. Alright, overlay can go away. Let's get ourselves a notepad window. And let's advertise the stream. I should do that. Bam. Alright. So, I've got a couple maps set up. We have Urban Brawl, which I'm doing here, and the other two that we can work on are Circle Arena and Custom Burger, both of which still need some work. But let's do a bit more on Urban Brawl until... Oh, we're going to work on these in parallel. So the challenge here at the beginning is going to be to get some sort of road shape things with an appropriate clumping factor and everything. So I like what I'm seeing here, but what happens if we do like 50% of the map? Is that just going to mess things up? Is that too much is the question. Like if we did 40% of the map? Let's turn down the music a bit. I like the sort of street layout, but I need it to be more regular across the map. Let's try something here. Top border. $50. Right border. $50. If I did something like that. Okay, that just 45. So that will always go into that corner. And then I just do 4 of these, is my idea. We can even do a different terrain just so I can see the interaction. Nice. Bottom border and right border. The idea is we need to get some sort of thing that looks like a street network. And ideally we want the random map generator to throw it out for us. Ah. Then we have the problem with the overlapping lands. So what we need is we need to look at Namib. See what I did here. 4 dunes. Essentially this. We'll just take this code here. There I was also using a clumping factor of -100. Interesting. Similar idea to what I want to do here. Alright, go away. If I did something like that, and then just copied each of these bits over, like if I did something like that, let's take a look at what that would be. Ah, it's sort of a lattice work of roads. Ah, but I want them closer to the center. I want them real close to the center for this. So let's say like 45, 45, and 55, 55. We'll start with that and see if we need to put it even closer. That had very little effect overall. I should be able to get away with something like this, right? 51, 51, this should work. No, it doesn't. They're overlapping, but I don't see why this is problematic. Then there's the question of, do I want roads at the very edge of the map? I don't actually. Alright. So in that case, let's make this one road as well. And then we'll make these two ice. Using this code. But with super close land position as well, with 48, 52. And then one more. This code here. Which I want here. Something like that. 52, 42. There we go. And now let's take a peek. Alright. Except one of these things is off center. 52, 42. Ah, 48. Alright, so now we have sort of a lattice work of roads. Now I want the base terrain to look more muddy. Oh, we'll deal with... Okay, we don't want ice. Let's make them all the same. So then I could fill the outside with forests easily. But I still need my player lands, which I currently don't have. Players should spawn relatively towards the outside. Create player lands. And what are we going to do here? Land percent, like, as little as possible. Base size 7. Also give them a clipping factor of minus a ridiculous amount. So something like this. We want... Sure, let's just do that and see what it looks like. This is going to seriously mess with what we've already done, of course. Terrain type is what we need. There we go, something like that. Now this... we have the land sort of bleeding over to the edge. Ooh, we can't have that happening. Let's give them a border of 10 of everything. And we'll give ourselves a circle radius. Circle radius of 40 with a variance of 0. So the land sort of bleeds its way through the gaps a bit. Let's make it 35. And let's make the minus the negative clumping factor not so negative. Or do I just have the players just be a plaza? If I give them a clumping factor of, say, 0. That's more like it. Let's make them have like 1% of the land. Okay, then it doesn't grow enough. Sometimes it's not growing at all. Okay, something like that looks alright. Though we probably want that to have road 2, maybe? Now we need to start defining terrains because we have all kinds of things. I want like dirt, mud. That to be where the players spawn more. And that though doesn't have a constant of its own, does it? Dirt, mud is 76. There we go, we'll do something like that. Now, what are we going to do with the grass areas? In reality, I kind of want those to be mud as well. If we just make the base terrain of the map, dirt mud. Like that. Now, of course, we can't see what's going on. Let's not do that yet. And I have to think very cleverly, how am I going to fill the outside? Let's see if I place a land in the corner. Forest. 100. Base size of 1. 97 to 97. And just plop it into the corner. What does that do to the map? It takes a bite out of it. It takes a bite out of it. Alright, before we do that, let's test something else. If I go to these lands and do like border fuzziness 1. Three. We have some more broken road types too, don't we? If we look at our terrains, let's go to road. We have road, road broken, road fungus, road gravel. There are even more. There's a desert gravel road, but if we do road, let's do road 2 everywhere. Not give it quite such a... What's the default for border fuzziness? Border fuzziness. Is by default 20. So let's do let's do more like 7. Let's not overdo it here. Will we just leave it out and don't do it? How about this forest land? How can we do this more cleverly? If we say it has to take a top order of see, I don't want it to extend where it doesn't belong. Alright, let's try this differently. Make it 97.50. See where it lands if I do that. Yeah. It starts here. And then we just do, what is it? I think that's a left border. Left border 80. 95 with a border fuzziness border. Fuzziness of 10. I think the player lands need to have a land percent of 0. Yeah, that I messed up something. There. Alright, so I think I can work with that as a forest. And then we just do that 4 times. $50.97. I think that's spawning down here. Top border. Now we invert this one here. And we do the right border. Yep. All right, we're gonna make this city look good. Let's also swap out our soundtrack from classic. What do I have? I don't have many in that section. Calm ambient. Let's do the cinematic playlist. I like that one. Yeah. I need to go check for more music. I mean, this is going to be another one of these scripts that requires me to really use all of my skill to squeeze the RMS parser into making what I wanted to make. Now we're going to do something clever. We're going to do something real clever, I think. We're going to go and make a connection generation section for ourselves. Create connect all lands. Now we're going to replace road 2 with road, but we don't want dirt mud to be crossed, and we don't want forest. Terrain size Road 2. We're also going to activate accumulate connections. Accumulate connections. We might want that. Let's do something like that. So what it's going to do is the center is going to have nicer roads. And further out the roads get worse. Now there's still the matter of all these. We're going to do something more. We can also affect what kinds of houses we'll put there. So I think in the intersection, we're going to replace terrain, the grass, with what terrain would we build houses on? Road 2. Let's see what that looks like. And then we don't really want road 2 outside, so what else can we do there? Where we currently have road 2, what else could we have as an even shabbier looking road? I think the desert road or something. We just have like dirt 2 instead of road 2. Dirt 2. Replace. We want to replace dirt 2 with road. I want to replace grass with road 2. Okay, so something like that. Now that's a very abrupt transition there. I think I want mud. Alright, we need to define some more road types, like road fungus. Const road fungus. And road fungus has 75 very mossy road. I don't want that one. I want the slightly mossy road. Dry. There's also DLC dry road. $39. We'll try road. Road fungus. That's $39. Road fungus. Let's try that. I'm not sure I like this. We need to define some more road types. DLC dry road. So if we did something like that. Better. And we make, what do we make the rest of the map? Gravel road? Alright, I just want to try something too. Just... we're skipping ahead a bit, but... That's on the town center, and now we're gonna... create object... house... I... set Gaia object only, set Gaia but convertible. Just to do a bit of visualizing what this is going to look like. Sure. And we need a terrain to place on. Terrain to place on. Road 2. It's not going to stay as Road 2. Do houses in Castle Age and Feudal Age look the same? I like the overall look. This is definitely going to work. Alright, so now we have the Feudal Age houses. Do Castle Age houses look the same as Imperial Age houses? Ah, they do. feel like we're not getting any house rotations, but... We're also not going to use Road 2 for them. We're going to define another one. We're going to take the gravel road. We need to define all the road types. We have dry road. There's jungle road too. Jungle leaves. DLC road gravel. DLC road. And then I think we want like a second thing, yeah. Well, now where we have DLC dry road, we can use road 2. And then what we need is we need a second one of these things. Like the outer city, where essentially we do 60. And we want to replace road 2 with well, okay, I guess we don't want road 2 there in the first place. We're going to say we actually want to use instead of road 2. We're going to have dirt, mud. No, we're going to undo that. We're going to replace road 2 with DLC jungle road. I hope that's predefined. It is. Perfect. Now what we want to do is we want to going out to like 50, we want to replace jungle road with road 2. And grass we want to replace with road fungus. And we want to do that where we're crossing road. Nice. All right, if we go a little bit 50s, let's do like 45. Oh, 47. This is going to need to be tuned for each map size too. So we're going to replace jungle road with road fungus. And we're going to replace grass with dirt mud. Now that doesn't look good with the dirt too. We're going to do road fungus after all. Here now we're going to replace. We're not going to replace the jungle road. We're going to replace grass with dirt mud everywhere. I think we need to move everything in a bit from the center. So we say this is going to be at like 25, maybe 35. Do I actually want the players to be on mud? Dirt. I mean, that fits more with the dirt that we see there. If we invert this though and we replace the jungle road. Yeah, alright, we're gonna make this work. I'll replace the jungle road with, say, with dirt at this point. I'll replace the grass with, like to say, grass 3, I think is the one that doesn't, or DLC dry grass, there we go. then I don't want, I think in this section I want the grass replaced with dirt. There we go. Looking good. Then at the very end, we're going to do something like this. 8. And we're going to replace Train Road with Rock 1. DLC Rock. Because it should be buildable. What was the oak bush forest? I want that one. Or maybe I just straight up want the bush forest. Where's the bush forest? Or oak bush forest will do too. Oak bush forest 20. Oak bush forest 20. Oak bush forest. Better. Am I ready to decorate the map with Gaia stuff? Let's do some more of the house fillings. We just... I want the houses to be deletable. House... just standard house, which was... we'll replace those on. Well, feudal houses we can place on the road fungus, perhaps. Okay, the problem is that terrain is in fact too frequent. on the outside. So I'm creating... Let's think about how this looks at the beginning. So here, up until here, I think we're fine. Replacing grass with road fungus. Don't I have another road? If I don't replace this here. Alright, let's not use road fungus here, but instead we use... DLC dry road. Do I have any more roads? I think I have another road type hanging around somewhere. Road gravel. I already did that one. There's this one. 78. Gravel 78. That's no good. Alright, let's swap some things around. The road gravel is going to go where I have DLC gravel. Now this is going to be DLC gravel. TLC road gravel. And then I can make this one fungus. Road fungus. Because all of that is already happening outside. So there's too much road fungus in the middle. All right. Let's just create snow so we can see what's going on. It is just very dense out there as part of the problem. So I think we put these houses on dirt. So that's Did I not say set avoid player start areas? Like 10. Okay. Oh, is this not this is not the train with them using the wrong command, right? And distance to players is what I need. this one also needs a... Alright, actually we put this one... Yeah. On, what is this? This is called road. Deal. Well, actually, we don't include it there. Then we go like this on the dirt. Fill that with Dark Age houses. What road type have I not used yet? The desert road. I guess some connections between players are what we're going to open this up a bit. So if we do create connect all lands, we don't want to go through the forest. But we do want to do this, and what we're going to do is default terrain. Ice. We may open up some passages in here. What could we use instead of ice, though? Could we use TLC rock? We actually want it to be buildable, so what else can we use? If instead of road 1, what could I have in the center? Well, if we just did road. And alright, if we replace terrain, road with nothing, road gravel with road, road gravel with road. And then DLC road gravel with road as well. And then we replace terrain. Road 2 with road. Replace terrain. Road fungus with road. And then we replace terrain. Dirt with dirt 2. Now we replace that with road as well. What do we have way on the outside? DLC dry grass can be replaced with... Oh no, the road fungus should be replaced with road 2. Dirt road should be replaced with road fungus. And dry grass should be replaced with road fungus, something like that. No, dirt should be replaced with road 2 as well. Road 2. Replace terrain. What's it? DLC jungle road with road 2. But it's because we're accumulating. terrain size. Road. Default. Oh, DLC Desert Road. DLC. Desert Road. What's the Desert Road? DLC Road Gravel. DLC Dry Road. Alright, we want to make it wider further out, so... Road fungus. We'll give that a size of 2. And then we also want to replace essentially we want to replace all the trains. Except in the center. Replace terrain. What else do we have going on here? Dirt. Those are the trains that really need to be replaced. Replace terrain. Dirt. Snow. Replace terrain. Gravel road. Road, gravel. Place terrain, DLC, desert. Gravel, snow. something like that. Road gravel, desert gravel, dirt. What else have we got in here? Let's just see what happens if we do that. Not much snow actually gets placed. Because we're accumulating connections, that makes sense. I think I'm missing one more that I used. I used 1, 2, 3 layers. Actually, it should be okay. Let's try now. Okay, so we're getting snow in those places. Now we're just wherever we have snow, we're also going to do dry road. Maybe I just don't bother with the terrain size. If I just, instead of the dirt, just did desert. And where I'm replacing... Wait, where am I replacing desert gravel with snow? Oh, it's one of those gravelly ones, isn't it? Yeah, sure, DLC dry road for those. The only other thing I want to do is I want to make the roads more likely to prefer... I think on the inside maybe I just want actual road after all. Just have, at the point where we're, at this point we just do road. But I want to make sure I don't have too many roads all over the place as well. Something like that. Now we're going to do the default terrain replacement thing with ice again. Do a bit of debugging here. To essentially prevent connections from running all over each other the whole time, which is what's happening in the middle. That just means we have to add a terrain cost to basically everything. We just need a bunch of terrain costs actually. Once we've done all this, then we can start thinking about how we're gonna handle, I think the houses I want destructible and everything else I want indestructible. Currently we only have houses, of course. But I don't want players to accident or to have units aggro the houses. So I'm gonna use a trick that I have there, whereby units or buildings upgraded from walls don't draw aggro because walls don't draw aggro. DLC road gravel. So what are we gonna do? Just like a cost of road 2. We're not using that as part of the road either, so Let's add a cost. Just give everything a cost. Road fungus. Road. Dirt. Cost of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have DLC dry grass. Grass can have a cost of 5. We haven't even done like any terrain mixing at all yet. That's what's going to make the road more visible too. I've got some ideas for that once we get to that point. DLC dry grass, and we want DLC jungle road, exactly. Then we also want just the edge of the map, which is Oak Bush Forest. Actually, we're not allowing connections into that. So if we do something like that on the same seed, better. And then we want the terrain size when it crosses itself to be 0. Terrain size when it crosses itself, which would be itself is going to be road. We want that 0, 0. And when it crosses DLC dry road, we also want that to be 0, 0. And just for testing purposes, ice 0, 0. Alright, that makes it very small. Too small, in fact, I'd argue. So we make that 1. No, we make it 0. But then how do we make sure it doesn't get super skinny? Well, all the other terrains that get crossed. Something that should do the trick. So if we now get rid of our ice, we have a bit of a road network. The road is being very generous here though again. If we do something like that, let's try that. Place terrain road. Right. Alright, now I want to make it wider again. So we need terrain, size of everything else. One zero, so that's the default, isn't it? That should look exactly the same, yeah. Better. DLC. DLC. So many road types. I've never made a map with this many road types. We are getting bogged down a bit here too. There is other stuff that needs to be done. But let's do this. Road fungus. You know what? Let's not even do desert. Just do. What are we replacing road gravel with road? Am I? Question, I suppose, is do I actually want to use, do I just want to flipper things around a bit and have road be the main road? I think that would look good if road is the main road. And then what are we going to put in place of? I don't think we have that many more roads to spare. If I did that, would that be problematic? Ah. I know how to do this. We're going to do another connection generation statement. We're just accumulating a massive number of connections, but we want to replace DLC dry road with road everywhere. We don't care about going there. DLC dry. I mean, we can't just go to town here with connections. 480. And now we're real clever about this too. Are we real clever about this? We could be real clever about this. We take one of these early things here again. We want to have an actual road going till about here. So 32. Except now it's DLC rock. And we can put in the DLC rock at the very end, can't we? Plus 32 is not too large. If I put that at the very end, problem is then there won't be road in the middle anymore. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. We can work around that. Actually, we can't work around that. I need to think about how to do this differently. We just do 32, we just make that like 25. That looks about right. Why does it extend further, though? DLC, we're replacing dry road with road. Only where we just make this 20. We're still replacing some of it. Interesting. And if we just made this 200, then it should be everywhere, right? Let's try this. 2. There seems to just be some road. Maybe that road is there even if we don't replace it. If we did like 12? Somehow we end up with some road. Running over there too. Terrain, cost. We just don't have it run through the other lands. That's it. Terrain, cost, whatever's DLC dry road. we're connection magic at its finest, I would say. Ah, there we go. Now we want to push out this road to about there. Let's push it out a bit more, like 25. All of these distances that we're going to need to scale with map size as well. That's the scary thing here. Alright, let's do a bit of terrain mixing while we have it set up like this. Let's grab ourselves a terrain generation section. Before we do all this connection madness. Replace terrain. Road. Place terrain. Create terrain. Road. Ah, what are we creating? We're creating. Alright, where's layering mode? Gravel default. Yeah, we use gravel default. Gravel desert, stuff like that. Gravel default. Let's see if that, what is the constant for that? That's like 70, isn't it? Gravel. Const gravel default 70. Create terrain. Gravel default. Base terrain road. Land 2% 100. Let's just do one plump. Let's see what happens. That should replace it everywhere. Let's turn off layering modes with massive generation. That has, in fact, no effect. Number of... Make sure I'm doing this correctly. Land percent 100. Number of clumps. Yeah, basically I want to do something like that. I feel like this has no effect. Yeah, it's actually having no effect. Create terrain, grass, base terrain, road. What am I doing wrong here? I'm too tired for this. Alright, if I replace the forest... Okay, so the gravel looks really similar. That's the problem. This is what I'm... Did I mess up my constant definition? That's not with the default gravel. Is that 70 really? also mixing in road with that. Something's going wrong. Also, I'm supposed to be creating grass. Something's very wrong here. Ah. Ah, right. There is no road currently. Because I'm doing all of this with connection generation. Right. 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 I'm doing all of the terrain stuff with connection generation, so I can't actually do all the masking that I thought I could do. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, are we going to do any sort of terrain generation at this intercept here? Probably not. I could do something here. I could mask. I could do something for like that. Create terrain like dirt 2 on dirt, something like that. On dirt, I said. With a what's it? Terrain mask 2. Mask 1, I think is what I want. Ice is a great default for testing things. Ice on dirt is what I want. Yeah. Dirt 2. Other than that, I mean, really I can mix. I could fill the gaps in the forest. There should be no gaps in the forest, actually. So that's not a thing. Alright, I think that's the entirety of what I do for terrain generation. Which then brings us to objects generation. So let's get the houses right. They're mostly going to be filler, but I'm going to need a few Gaia attributes there, I believe. I want them to be... Which map can I look at for that? The old ports map from my ports version 1. Just setting attributes here. Alright, I'm just gonna need to do it myself. Gaia set attribute. No. Effect amount. Effect amount. Gaia upgrade unit. And then I'm going to upgrade DLC fence into house. And then I'm going to do the same thing with DLC Fortified Palisade. Fortified Palisade Wall. Oh my goodness, that's a long name. Into House F. And DLC City Wall. I didn't think that one. Wasn't sure that one was predefined. To check that. Also, it's time for a new playlist. What are we going to play now? Happy Electro. What have we got there? All right, walls. The entirety of wall. Palisade wall, stone wall. Honestly, I could just upgrade the stone wall. I'm probably not going to put in any Gaia walls, right? Unless I try to gate off the inner city. We'll upgrade the stone wall for now as the house eye. Stone wall. Now house eye becomes stone wall. DLC Fortified Palisade Wall. What a long name. Alright, so these are going to be Gaia. Set Gaia, yeah. Sure. And then let's give each player, let's give them some villagers. Villager. Find closest. And we'll do the same for the scout. And then we can see, we can do a bit of testing and see if it works. Namely the how. Namely whether or not the house can be attacked. I'm also noticing no Dark Age houses and lots of feudal houses. Can we do something about that? Yeah, I believe this one was supposed to be DLC fence. That should solve it. And honestly, I want fewer feudal houses on the outside. I want mostly shacks. Theoretically, these should have a reduced distance. Then we have to mix in other buildings to make it look more realistic. Alright, let's test it. Alright, this we want to start in Dark Age. Resources can be ultra high. Let's give ourselves guys. Easiest. Normal. Allow cheats, team together, team positions. On Docklands. And the next trick is going to be to embed some of the players' own buildings in the town. Like I could have them start with 2 houses, for example. It should be under U. Should have put things at the front to make it easier to find. So I can attack the houses. Honestly, looks better than I thought it would. Even if I have it on aggressive, it doesn't automatically attack the houses. Can villagers attack the houses? Next question. And then we'd want a monument in the center. We'll need to deal with that. Alright, villagers cannot attack. But we were sure that our scout could do it. And we want to increase the density of the good houses here, I'd say. Ah, am I playing on a different map size? I'm playing on tiny, right? That's going to be important, is to scale, do map size scaling. Alright. Map size scaling needed. Alright, monument in the center, Gaia markets are played, players are part of the city, low pumping factor to create road network, done. Respawning trees with haystacks. Not needed because there's wood on the outside. Now how do I get players to actually fight for the city? The golden stone is going to have to be nestled in it. And we definitely need that monument for generating resources in the middle. Relics in monasteries, actor areas to create districts. Now that's an interesting thing that I haven't tried yet. Aqueducts. Outer wall. Aqueducts and an outer wall. I think no. Fill with houses we've done. Let's give it some buildings. So far it's coming together roughly the way I expected it would, which is good. Alright. So now it's like the city. Create object monument. How do I place it in the center of the map? I could just use find closest to center. Oh no, we're just gonna do set guy object only. Do we even do that? We don't. Terrain to place on rock. DLC rock. Is that going to be enough to create us a monument? Yep. Now we want it sort of in the middle of it. How are we going to do that? I don't have a land exactly in the center. Ah, you know what? Find closest. This isn't going to work, is it? To center. Because it requires being part of a set place for every player. Alright, what kind of IDs did I give these lands at the beginning? Land ID 1. Land ID 2. There we go, now we're gonna do place on specific land ID. Place on specific land ID. And that's gonna be R&D up to 4. Honestly, I think it needs to be either 2 or 4, right? The first one that was good. Let's place it on 1. No. Oh, we also want to do find closest at that point. Find closest. Find closest. Yeah, let's just do find closest. I want it right in the center, ideally. That'll do for now. 3. I could do find closest to map center. But that's not going to work without pup. So we're gonna put that in comment and go find closest. Something like that, yeah. That'll do. Now we want the monument to be visible at the start. So we need to create... Let's create some map revealers for everyone. Create object map. Revealer. Train place on DLC rock. Number of objects 25. Temp and distance group placement 1. Set place for every player. And then the monument should theoretically be guarded by something. Centurions will do the trick. Centurion. Or just like a long swordsman. Long swordsman? There we go. Set guy object only, set guy on convertible. They'll guard the monument. Alright, now we wanted to embed some buildings in the rest of the map. So, essentially, monasteries will only be in the middle, so let's create object monastery. Number of objects 1. Set scaling to player number. Make indestructible. Wait, then we need to recently the monument to generate resources. So we're gonna need that. Set up monument resources. This is a reminder. Alright, we were gonna make a monastery. And then can we put a relic right next to it? We're gonna give these an actor area 100. Actually, have I used actor areas at all yet? No, right? Let's reserve one for the monument. So we'll make this actor area 2. Actor area radius 1. Trade object relic. And essentially we can just make an excess of these two. Terrain doesn't matter. We do need to be Gaia objects. Actor area to place in 2. Place and 2. Now we just need to make the actor area probably a bit wider. each monastery is going to have a relic next to it. Pretty good. What else would the center of the map have? I think we could have universities. Sure. Let's... Where are we going to spawn gold and stone? Like, are we going to give Gaia some castles even? Let's do the important things first. Market I. Essentially the same, except will we have markets spawn with a pile of gold near them? Maybe. That could be a plausible thing for markets to have near them. 1 market, 2 markets, 3 markets, 4 markets. And then we're gonna create gold that spawns near them. We'll give it gold, number of objects. Number of objects is going to be... We'll make it pretty generous. Actually, the markets are going to be available to trade with still. Number of groups. Something like that. Should create some gold next to each market. Except we have to do ignore terrain restrictions, because normally gold can't be placed on the road. Alright, we have a pile of gold. We want number of groups, 2 number of objects there. Set tight grouping. All right. Might need a bit more spacing even with these things. Let's go like 18. Well, we could create one for each player, more or less. We could actually do something like that. Instead of scaling it for player number. Hello, hello. Welcome, feel free to ask any questions. If we did something like this, and we did set place for every player, and find closest. Something like that, then we wouldn't need this. Do the same thing here. And it needs to be by the monastery. So each player should now have a monastery as close as possible to their base, with a relic as close as possible to their base. Music is high. I'll turn it down a bit. Oh, I forgot to. We'll do that. Let's go. Forgot to turn it down a bit. Should be better now. That's probably too quiet. Let's try like that. That's better. Should be better. So each player has their monastery with the relic close to them. And next, we'll do the same thing. We'll just do it like that for the market too. So we just do that. We don't care about this anymore. And we'll do that for the gold as well, close to the market. Temp and distance group placement, that's fine. Ignore terrain restrictions is fine too. Yeah, something like that. So each player now has a market and a monastery kind of close to them. And then players can beat up the houses, so that's not an issue if they're in the way. Maybe I want to keep them off of... Actually, that's okay. We'll leave it like that. Then, what other buildings do we need in our Gaia city? Let's place a university. University I. Number of objects. 1. Set scaling to player number. It should be on road gravel. It should be unconvertible. It should be indestructible. It doesn't need an actor area. And it should have a temp min distance group placement of like 18. And we don't want many of these because they look very iconic, so just a few will do. What other buildings do we give castles? Do we place some castles as well? I think we do. Castle. These need an even bigger scale place, like 25 here to keep them apart. This should honestly be more as well. Then we can place some blacksmiths and stuff like that. All right. I think also we want with a relic to have like a min distance placement of, don't know, like 1 and probably 2 for the gold. Something like that too. Oh. What happened to the gold? Now it's scattered around the market. I don't... that's not what I wanted. Are the relics still fine? The relics are still fine. If I do something like that. Alright, we don't need that. We don't need such a big clearing around the gold. Honestly, I liked it better when the gold was bunched up. Number of objects 4. Set tight grouping. Why is it still scaling? I'm also scaling it to player number. No. That explains things. And then min-distance group placement of like 2. Three. And can you mine this without it being a big issue? Four. Let's reduce the group placement radius. Group placement radius 2 to make these a real tight-knit pile of gold. That's better, yeah. Market Monastery. Always pretty close together. Alright, then we've done that. Place university, then we want to place like a blacksmith. And these, for all I care, can be a bit closer to each other. They look less out of place in a city. What other buildings might we allow in here? Like a blacksmith. We can add a barracks. Add some barracks. Stables. Cities need to have lots of stables in them. Stable. Some imperial stables in there. Oh, we placed the stable. The stable's hidden somewhere. I can't even see it. It's somewhere there. There we go. There are a couple of stables. What other buildings are there that we can place? We could archery ranges. Archery is not something you'd have right in the middle of the city. I feel like that can be further outside. Towers. Bridge. Castle, cathedral. Chain. Coliseum, dock. Donjon. We could place a couple donjons. Donjon. DLC donjon. Alright, what's the constant for a donjon? Definitive constants list. Let's take a look. Control F, donjon. Donjon rubble, no. Train number from donjon. Donjon is 1665. Const donjon 1665. Create donjons. Alright, we added some donjons in. Nice. What other buildings? We're not adding any huge things. The castle is honestly the biggest thing that I'm adding there. Feitoria, no. We could add fire towers. Add some fire towers. Fire tower. Oh, that surely doesn't have a predefined constant either, does it? Is it a DLC fire tower? No. 190 fire tower. Yeah, we need to find that ourselves too. Const fire tower 190. Full work. Full works are decidedly a more feudal looking building. Fortified tower. Got some fortified towers. Fortified tower is probably one we need to define too, isn't it? Fortified. DLC fortified tower. Nope, it's predefined. DLC fortified tower. Cool. What else can we pull out of our list of buildings? We could be placing the fortress instead of the castle. I think I should do that. Does the fortress is not predefined either. Fortress is 33. And then actually I want to test something. I want to see if the fortress can be garrisoned. Same actually for the castle. Or the monastery. Alright. Fortress is 33, so we're gonna do const fortress castle 33. Fortress castle. And then what we're going to do for some more testing is give each player a monk. And then we're going to do a bit of testing again. Let's see how it looks now. Mayans, sure. Alright, so we have a view over the middle, where they are long swordsmen guarding the monument. I don't have the resource trickle set up, that's something we can do too. I still have the map size too small, right? I cannot convert the house. I can attack the house though. This is what I want to know is good. I can't hide the relic in the monastery. I should be able to trade with the market. Can I attack the university? I shouldn't be able to. Let's see how the long swordsman do. They contest the monument as they should. Alright, so that's good. We still need to set up the resource trickle, but we can do that later, but so far I'm quite happy with all of this. I know that the markets can be traded with. Is Gaia... No, they didn't convert the houses, they just built their own stuff. I also really need to set up the correct map size. Also, we need new music. We've been listening to the same 3 tracks too long, so let's see what else can I pull out of my coffer. Angry Rock. Actually, I have a lot of them here. Let's add those to the playlist. Sounds good. Alright, I'll turn up the volume on that a bit. Probably what I should actually do is take this slider, plop it here. Yeah, that looks better. Then I can afford to turn up the music a bit more without it being too loud. I don't like this track. It's gone. Alright, let's keep going. We were placing buildings. We don't need the monk anymore because we should prove that works. Fire tower, DLC fortified tower. That's where we were. We were at fortified tower. Farm. Farms are interesting because of course players can convert them. I could place farms outside. Or I could just start players with farms instead of forage bushes. One farm. How much food does a Dark Age farm have? 75. Yeah, I could. Let's start each player with some farms. That would be on the player stuff though. So we're gonna create object farm. Set place for every player. Number of objects. How many do we want to give each player? Or do we give players a mill with some farms? Maybe that's what I do. I give each player a mill. Find closest. Trying to place on DLC dry grass. And then we give each player like 3 farms. Farm, set place for every player, find closest. This needs to be an actor area, so actor area 4. Actor area to place in. Let's see what happens if I do that. Problem is I can have a situation like that, which I don't want to allow, so what we're going to do is we're not going to require it to be on dry grass. At which point we also don't require it to be closest anymore. That was a bit close to the trees, to be honest. Keep the farms away from the TC and avoid forest zone by Problem is when the forest is real close, then we have that problem. Alright. You know what, we're gonna place 3 farms for each player. Find closest, trying to place on. If we do 4 farms. And then let's give each player a lumber camp. A lumber. Actually, I do want the actor area for the mill. No, I don't want the actor area for the mill. Find closest place on forest zone. Not going to be a great lumber camp, but it's going to tell people there is a forest there. Perfect. Now let's get back to placing buildings. What else can we place in terms of buildings still in the center? Victoria fence, fire tower, full work, fortified tower, fortress, guard tower. We could place guard towers as well. Guard tower. Did I spell guard tower? Guard tower? Yeah, there we go. Let's do a bit of aesthetic stuff here. Some tabs. So, guard tower, what else can we place in there? Harbor, no. House. Hut. Ah. I should place like hut A on the outside. Like the outside should have like huts and should be huts and lumber camps. You know what? We have more walls that we can upgrade. Let's go. Palisade wall into hut A. Hut A? DLC hut A? DLC Hut A. DLC African Hut. Hut A. DLC African Hut A. My goodness. So close. Because I'd kind of think Palisade wall. That we fill this with African Hut A's instead. I think Hut A is the one we want as well. Where it looks most like a city hut. Or it looks like it could be a shack that someone built. Or should I do Hut D? Hut E? Hut E, maybe. Hut E is the one. Keep, we already have the fire tower, which looks the same. We can add some crep posts in too. We're gonna make it Hut DLC African Hut E. Let's generate the map. They have the actual slums on the outside, and they built up a city in the middle. Alright, let's do the crep post. I want a DLC crep post in there. DLC crep post. Crep post? I probably need to define it, don't I? Crep post. $12.51 is a crep post. Const post $12.51. What else could look good in our city? Lumber camps are going to be in the outskirts. Feudal markets will have some of those on the outskirts too. As well as Dark Age mills. Mining camps. They wouldn't be in the middle of town. Outposts, definitely not. Pagan shrines, what else have we got? Rock church. Shrine in general? No. Siege workshop. We could have a siege workshop in town. Siege. Siege workshop. I will have those as well. At this point, we should be running out of space for stuff like this. Siege workshops. Right, we're gonna look for other units. Let's keep going. Storage, Temple of Heaven. Tents, no. No. Tower of London. University we did. Watchtower can be further out, can be in the outskirts. Alright, so I think we're done with the center. The next layer can have feudal buildings. So we're going to add lots of blacksmiths in there. In the next row out, so to speak. We're going to say that's not road gravel, that terrain is DLC road gravel. Road gravel, and we want to have blacksmith, not imperial. Lots of blacksmiths. And we're also going to have feudal mill. We'll start by putting blacksmiths and feudal mills in this section. That's this section here. That's still sort of a built-up area. Actually, that's not going to have mills. That's not going to have mills yet. It's going to have a stable. It's going to have stables, lots of stables. A normal number of stables. Now we can have more stables. What other buildings look nice in feudal age? What else looks nice? I don't know. Barracks. I guess we could have some feudal barracks and archery ranges. Barracks F. Archery range. So that's the basic buildings right there. What else is there? There's still the mill, the market. We're basically looking for feudal age buildings here. I think the mill and the market, though, I'm going to put even further out in the poor areas. I'm not seeing the barracks anywhere. Did I create it? And the barracks and the archery ranges? I guess there isn't that much room where they would fit. Alright, you know what? Let's do a 1, 1, 1, 1. And see how we do then. I think that's everything for the middle ring. So now, let's see. Middle district. And then we need the poor district. Outskirts. And they're gonna have stuff placed on dirt. Trade object. Market. Train to place on dirt. Min distance of players. Try something like that. Let's see what we get in the way of markets on the outside. Well, let's allow them closer to players and further from each other. Good. Now we wanted mills. We want feudal age mills. We don't care. They can be pretty close to players. I mean, honestly, the markets, so can the markets. So, well, let's do 15. We don't want huge buildings close to players. Do feudal age mills, dark age barracks. Barracks. We also want the mining and lumber camps. Are we seeing any Dark Age mills here? Yeah, we are. So we can still allow stables out there too. And lumber camp. And then the mining camp though needs to go right at the beginning. We're gonna create object mining camp. Number of objects 1. Set place for every player. Train to place on dirt. Find closest. Actor area 5. Actor area radius 3. Then we're essentially going to copy the thing that we did for the gold. And plop in some stone next to the mining camp. Three of them. 5. Something like that. Let's make the actor area smaller. The market isn't, the mining camp isn't nearly as big. Except there I'm seeing a mining camp without any stone in it. No, it needs to be actor area 5 with a radius of 2. That's what I need to do. Then we're going to give it a bit more. We're going to make that actually. We're going to give that 5, and we're also going to give the gold. The question is, do I just make it a player mining camp? On the stone. That's going to encourage crushing. I think, no, I don't do that. I think since players are going to have close resources as well, let's not have it quite so close to players. Let's... $20. More buried in the city type of flip, that's what I'm going for, yeah. Or at least buried behind one row of... behind one row of buildings. Alright, what else can we place here? We can also place outposts. Outpost. And watchtowers. Watchtowers we could actually put in the previous district. Watchtower. DLC road gravel. We can put one on the dirt. We can put them in the dirt too. Dirt. Alright, good, good. What else do we need? terms of... We don't want bombard towers. I guess we could place full works. Full works. We could place full works, and we could place them before we place after the stable. There we go. Full work. What do you want to bet? I have to define the full work. Full work. Age 2 rebel. 1734. Oh, how full works look different in later ages. Hmm. 1734 is the Dark Age one. Just full work. 1734. Then how do I make players actually fight for the city? Can I make houses drop stone when destroyed? Let's just try something like that. If I make Gaia set attribute house attr dead ID. We set the dead ID to stone, which is 102. I don't know if that will work, but that would be a nice way, and then I could just not place stone at all on the map. And I could even have the Imperial houses drop gold. And the poorer houses drop stone. Or I could allow players to destroy monasteries. To destroy specific buildings to get resources off of them. Let's just try this. One more thing before we test. Let's give players their houses. Maybe. Create object. House. It's a place for a player. Find closest. Number of objects 2. Temp and distance group placement 8. Trying to place on. Dirt. Min distance to players. 9. Something like that, yeah. thing is I need some sort of incentive for killing houses other than clearing up space. I'll see if I can, if it actually spawns rock one. This time I'm gonna pick the proper map size. Alright, which house did I give the... I gave it to the Dark Age house. $192 if I grab one of these. Can villagers repair it? Alright, let's go 8 times speed and give me a barracks or something for a drush. So that did not spawn any stone. So I need to conceal considerably more resources throughout the city. Gaia prepared a drush and also prepared a heck of a lot of lumber camps. Alright. Yeah, the ideal thing would have been to have the house spawn a stone pile when it dies. That's exactly what I was hoping for, but apparently that doesn't work. And also, I remember that this didn't work as well for trees, trying to spawn them as the dead ID of buildings. Well, I would be fine with players getting a stone from raising, but I don't think that would work either. Is there anything useful I could do with these stone, or do with buildings when they're destroyed? Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. But Let's try something else. I have one more idea that I could try. Not here, let's try it in the editor. Well, the respawning trees can be done too. You give the stump. You make the stump spawn a new tree after and give it a long decay time. That I've done. Or you can have them instantly respawn too. How am I gonna do it for? How am I gonna do it here? Or what else could I do? If I don't do this, like, that doesn't work. Uncover. I'm not sure. What else could I try? Players are part of the city. Gaia markets for trade. Monument in the center. Monument resources. I still need. Building unit that died. Yeah, because you can't train stone piles directly. Other than that, what else could I try? Or I just let them be destroyed for no benefit. That's fine too. Let's pick some different music again. I don't know. I think it just doesn't work. Instead of the resource trickle though. Hello. Welcome. We're currently trying to figure out how to make houses spawn stone when they're destroyed. But I don't think there's an easy way to do that. So what else can we decorate this map for? Glad you enjoy my maps. I'm always open to suggestions or feedback if you notice anything that's problematic. That can always be fixed. I guess I could just set up the player resources and stuff right now. If we just grab some res from somewhere. Masters of Frontier. The question is finding someone to sponsor a prize pool. All right. Task capabilities. What did players collect from the rugble though? Like the pile of stone object? It would be cool to say, all right, players destroy a market, they get gold. They destroy a castle, they get stone. But I don't think I can do it, and the maps can't have an excess currently. All right, let's add some resources though. Let's do that. Players should start with... Do we give them a forage bush as well? What are the farms replacing? We'll give them some pigs. That we can certainly do. Let's all right. Mill. Let's go like that. What else do we want our players to have? Let's give them a proper... Ooh, players should start with a castle if it's regicide. That's a good point. Since we have an actual town, there's little excuse for not starting with a castle in regicide. So let's test that. Define regicide. I should put the castle like smack dab on the road, I think. Yeah, the castle needs to go min distance to players like 8 and then find closest, but terrain to place on dry road. Oh, what did I call it? DLC dry road? That's the one. We'll make things avoid it by a bit more. Yeah, thanks for joining. I'm probably going to call it a stream anyway, since I've been at this for a while. This map was empty when I started. And now it's looking pretty good. Alright, so I think Castle Regicide looking good. What could be fun actually is if I made each player's castle be sort of towards the middle of the map. You know what? What if I placed each player's castle on road? Just like smack dab in the middle of the map. When it's regicide. That's cool. It just needs to not have a bunch of other stuff around it. Well, that happens. Actually, it could have stuff around it. But let's give it like a small exclusion zone. Something like that, yeah. There we go. If we did regicide, I think it's only fair that the castle is, part of the way in the city. Then with Empire Wars, I could spawn a bunch of buildings in the city too, but let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. Alright, so if it's not regicide, we delete that again. We still need maybe some forage bushes for our poor villagers. Create object. Although, are we saying that the farm is replacing the forage? I think we are saying that. So then we don't need a forage. We have the farm, we have the lumber camp, we have houses. What else do our villagers want? Relics are placed based on the number of players. This is fine. We could also put some relics in the middle, like 2 relics in the middle. That's might be a good idea. Basically, each player would have a personal relic, and then there are some to fight for if you have the center control. I can do that. Create object relics, a guy object only, set place, number of objects 2. Temp and distance group placement 7. Terrain to place on. DLC rock, that will put it in the center. So now we have 2 relics in the middle too. On we go. We don't want a forage bush. Let's give players... Honestly, let's give players the standard resources. So I'm not going to steal them from here. I need a map where I have standard resources. I have too many scripts open. We don't need that. We don't need islands. We don't need team islands. We don't need nomad. Coastal beaches, that'll do. Near gold, medium gold, far gold, near stone, far stone. I'll take all of that and plop it into my map. After the mill, plop it here. If I just did that, problem is it can't be placed on road. Honestly, it's kind of hard to find it in the city. That's the main thing. Overall, I could almost just do this. Sector area 77, 78, 79. And each of these actor areas is given a radius of 9. And then when we place the golden stone later, we can also have that avoid the stuff that we already placed. Avoid actor area 90, something like that. And then when we place the little mining camps, we'll do the same. Well, looks like a crazy city to me now. Alright, let's see. Let's put that even further from players, I'd say. Why is there a single pile of stone sitting there? That's suspicious to me. 3. And actually, I think for all of the resources, maybe I can fix that suspicious pile of stone by adding ignore terrain restrictions on all this stuff here. Something like that. No more suspicious pile of stone. Alright. That actually looks pretty solid, I've got to say. DLC pig. No, we were trying to steal the stuff from Coastal. Relics done. Starting sheep. Scattered sheep. We can have some sheep that are on the outside of the map. And deer and boar. We can just grab all of that code. Let's just see, how close did we start the pigs at? I think the pigs are close enough that they'll always be visible to players, yeah. Alright, so once we've placed all of that, let's go. Avoid forest zone is fine. And then we're going to do a terrain to place on jungle, jungle road? DLC jungle road. There we go. That's the one I'm thinking of. The deer can be 3 or 4, sure. And they should be placed on dry grass. Dry grass. Or I could place them actually on the forest zone. The boar. Sure, we'll do something like that. Let's also go for the sheep and give them... make them separate the groups a bit. Not that they're guaranteed to be on both sides of the players, but that they're possible. That it's possible that you have to check on both sides. Yeah. Alright, then I think neutral resources. Let's have some berries and deer far out on the edge of the map, I'd say. That would look nice. Yeah, essentially extra gold and berries. We can just copy something like that and use that. Scattered crocodiles. Oh, we could have wolves. Now, wolves don't make sense in a city. They could make sense on the outskirts of the city. and then straggler trees and birds. So first things first, create object, not, we'll do forage, replacement radius 2, $40. And actually we want them to be placed on terrain. DLC dry grass. We can have them even more frequent than that. Let's say 30, and we allow them at 35. Whose sheep are these? Oh, they belong to this player. Then extra deer, we could have deer. Or these would be individual deer. Number of objects 1. Actually, I'm going to place on forest zone. And distance to players 40 and 15, sort of like that. To have sort of individual deer on the forests. I'm not seeing any. Am I avoiding and placing on the forest zone or something silly like that? Now we should have a horde of deer. Ah, okay, so there are some deer. And if we go like that, I guess they're just hiding pretty well. Yeah, I guess they're hiding pretty well. The guy buildings are not capturable. Otherwise, you just have a chain reaction at the beginning of the game and capture the entire town. So none of them will be capturable. The houses you'll be able to destroy, and the other buildings you won't be able to destroy. But the houses won't aggro units directly. That's the problem. That's the problem with other maps that have tried this approach in the past, is that your military units, if you patrol them, will just get caught up attacking Gaia houses all the time. But not here. Wolf. Can have some wolves. I mean, actually, the wolves don't need to be hiding in the forest. The wolves could be placed on terrain to place on. Let's place them on the jungle DLC jungle road. That's the one. How far did I say? 10 minutes distance jungle road. That's silly. That's why they aren't worth placing. Well, there is, but that's only doable. Well, you can do it with a monument. Which I have a monument in the center, and you can capture that. And there's some maps that like upgrade this building into like a trade workshop so that you capture the trade workshop, but it is just it's a monument that's been turned into a trade workshop. I'm not seeing many wolves, I've got to say. Okay, yeah, they can spawn in corners. It's fine, we just need a few token wolves, really. I should overlay some farm terrain over this stuff, actually, shouldn't I? Let's try that. So we need terrain generation, which we haven't really done much here. Then we need the terrain for the farm. That's the dead farm, or are we going to overlay the normal farm? Let's try the normal farm, actually. The normal farm terrain is 31. Where else do I have? I need to look for farm. Farm? 7. It's ID 7. Do I still have mud? There's something weird about that. Count. One time, okay. This is going to be a separate map script. Or this is, well, Hyperrandom tries to be more not like a pack of different things, but just one script that can be very variable. And this would bloat it massively if I put this in. So we're not, it's, well, basically there's a map scripting contest going on right now for an upcoming tournament. So a lot of people are making stuff, including me. Let's do farm terrain. Base terrain, what's it called? It's the DLC Jungle Road again. Let's see what that looks like. That looks... Did I mess something up? Farm terrain 7. Farm terrain is 7. That just doesn't look very visible at all. Let's try now. This jungle road can't be blended, I think. Well, that is unfortunate. Alright, so much for that plan. It's, if at all, it's gonna have to be DLC dry road instead. Let's try over here. I don't know, this farm terrain doesn't want to blend. DLC dry grass. Not giving up just yet. It's under the forest. That's interesting. Not what I want. Now. Am I seeing? I'm not seeing a farm terrain here at all. Does the dry grass not exist at the time of writing? Probably doesn't. Am I creating it later? What does the terrain look like before? Oh, it's just grass. Ah, fair enough. I'll just ignore doing that. Let's go back to the map as it is. So I think overall we've got almost everything. There are a couple more little bits that need to be added. I should add some birds because we like birds. Just copy that 1-to-1, and I should add some straggler trees. That's a good point as well. Let's go. Huts and lumber camps done. Birds. And then we want create object bush. Or just like a oak tree. Trying to place on DLC Jungle Road. 10 of those. 10-minute distance group placement. 1. Let's go. Let's get some trees. A city needs trees after all. Alright. Ignore terrain restrictions. We'll add that too. Now we should see our trees. I'm not seeing. Why does it still say birds? Let's try 1,000. All right. Why is this jungle road being so... Did I not say ignore terrain restrictions? Terrain to place on. DLC Jungle Road. Is this not Jungle Road? I feel like there's something wrong with this terrain. What terrain is that actually? It is Jungle Road. Apparently I just can't place anything on it. I was able to put the wolves on it though. Create object wolf. Yeah, the wolves have no problem being on this terrain. But my trees do. Oak tree. Oak tree. Oak tree. Am I spelling it? I know I'm missing. Now it works again. Okay. Well, I will not be defeated so easily, though. On grid. We just need a placeholder. That's what we're going to use. The power of the dead fish trap. Create object on grid placeholder. Second object oak tree. Much better. So 30. Move this to the top of the script, just as good practice. Alright, let's not have quite so many trees. Players will want to build outside there. Let's do 20. Just enough to, thematically look good. And what we're also going to do is put like 10 of those on the fungus road. There we go. So it looks a bit more. Alright. Is that good? I think it is. There's still a couple points that I need to do, but I will do those on a later date. That is giving a resource trickle for the monument. We're not doing aqueducts, we're not doing an outer wall, and we need to do scaling. Those would be the main items. Then let me just check the other maps that I was thinking about making. Circle Arena, which was just a concept here. Maybe I'll spend some time tomorrow and finish making that. And then I had ports is done. Docklands is just needs a bit of polishing, but it's done. And what else did I have? I had Mangrove Ring, I don't think I did anything on. There was one more. Circle Arena. Oh, maybe I did work on Mangrove Ring. No, what did I call it? I called it something else. I called it Custom Burger. There we go. It's a custom version of hamburger. That I thought could be interesting too. And did I have any other maps? Ports map is done with the neutral docks. I guess let's do a little bit more. We have our Circle Arena with just a bit of stuff in there for testing right now. So, Circle Arena. The task at hand. Alright, we can hide the flags. Those are just for visualizing stuff. And the berry bushes as well. The berry bushes we just want there to block. So we just put, let's do on-grid placeholder. Do something like that. See, that doesn't quite do what I want it to do. Let's go back to the forage. Actor area. Let's create. Do we have an actor area 3 yet? No, we're going to make actor area 3. Actor area radius 1. And the wall will now avoid actor area 3. That should be fine. We'll still have the line of forage bushes though, which we now want to have as on-grid placeholder. No, bad, bad, bad. Alright, so forage bush. What was it? Terrain blocker, and then I give it an HP of 0? Was that a trick? I think that was a trick. The terrain blocker. Terrain blocker. 1613. Let's try that. Const TB 1613. Let's see if that will do the trick. That will do the trick. Now let's give each player a town center. Let's grab some code for that. And then I'm worried that I won't be able to build where we just did this. And we don't want the ice, we're just gonna have that be leaves. Yeah, we do that, and now we're going to test and see if we can build where the terrain blocker, the invisible terrain blocker is. Fact, second object, flag, A. Alright. We have to do some testing. Also, we need some villagers. Create object, villager, find closest, that'll do the trick. Circle arena. Ah, I am noticing an issue, namely the lack of a gate. I can build on here, but I'm not seeing a gate. Marco, Polo. Nobody has a gate. All right. Why does nobody have a gate? Ah. Was I missing a ending bracket? No. Let's try again. Is it because everyone's on the same team? Could that be the reason? That shouldn't be the reason. That shouldn't be the reason. Oh boy. We're not out of the woods yet. Is it going to be real hard to get that gate in place? Because now it's not avoiding the terrain blocker. What else can we place there? We're going to do the forage bush again. Delta minus 125. Because we don't want... We want a round thing with a gate at the front. Oh. I placed the wall at the top, didn't I? So I proved that that worked, but that's not relevant. I just played myself there. Alright, this does work. Theoretically. The flags are just flags. The gate exists. Now, if I go back to the terrain blocker, nice. So I guess there's just no gates when you're allied with everyone on the map. Then we don't need the flag. And just to be completely clear, I can build. I can build where the terrain blocker was. Terrain blocker. Terrain blocker. We're going to use the terrain blocker in a couple places. There seem to be no issues with the terrain blocker. Alright. Save changes. So I just want to get rid of the dead fish trap so that it's not visible. Alrighty. Why are you being so tricky, game? What is I need to define blank object as well. Let's get to grab that one. The full set of invisible placeholder objects. Blank. Blank object. Alright, let's use blank object for this. Blank object for this. Blank object for this. Then there's still the problem that this doesn't actually work on the release version of the game to have the round walls yet. But it looks good. Marco. Holo. There's a hole here. That's not good. That's not good. How can I... Well, let's go back to the scenario editor. So how am I going to deal with those holes that sometimes appear at the edges? Like, that's a hole there too. Let's... create object. Flag. Flag A. 999. Actor area to place into. We need to take another careful look at this stuff. I feel like there's a hole here. Maybe this will be solved by making the clearing a bit wider still. Or narrower. If we just did something like that. Alright, that may have solved it. Do a careful hole scan. I need small trees for really to do this properly. Alright, I think we're looking good. Now let's just compare it to actual arena. Actual arena. And we can grab the arena script too. Arabia, African clearing, Arabia, arena. Player lands have a base size of 12. And the forest stays 21 tiles away from the players. So I currently have 21 as well. However, mine is rounded, so it's actually a bit smaller. Let's look at their arena again. 18 for the sides. I, purely by chance, also picked 18. Just eyeballed it and that looked right. Did not look that up. I mean, the circular base is a bit smaller. Do we make it bigger, or do we say, nah, this is fine? I think we say, nah, this is fine. Now instead of dirt, we're going to create it made out of grass. And then we're going to create player lands made of grass. And then the forest is going to be leaves. And then we're going to create terrain. Grass on leaves. Something like that. I see there is a slight complication if I do this. Namely, I was placing the placeholder only on the dirt. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to be clever about this. We're going to make the player land, or the central land can be grass. Player lands can be create terrain. What am I placing there? Create terrain, rock 1. Let's try something like that. Rejoice. Not quite. Rejoice. Now we need to do this 8 times for each player. 6, 7, 8. And then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be enough to do it for everyone. And then here, number of clumps, 9,320. We could even do spacing to other terrain types of like 3 or something like that. Let's try that. Then we go here, take a quick peek. That leaves sort of a bit of a leafy bit where it's cut out. There, it's doing something interesting. What if we give it a spacing of like 2? I think we just created that weird sliver that we saw. Yeah. Yeah, okay. No spacing. That's silly. So we either do it like this and just accept that we have leaves at the back of our base, which could be good for having like putting safe resources at the back actually. I don't even think that's all that bad. You know what? No need for this. This, on the other hand, is problematic. I think what's happening here is that because the flags are here, it's avoiding that area. So can we do avoid forest zone? Something like that. Try the same seed. Alright, that was unhelpful. I just wonder if that will happen in a real game too, or if that's just an editor bug again. Let's also try some other things. If we do 2 players on a 2-player size. Yeah, that's problematic. I think this will only happen on Tiny. Well, we better repeat it a couple of times just to be safe. 4 times? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should do the trick. Yeah. Alrighty. Flag, eh? What's going on here? Alright, things are just very broken. I need to go to the main menu. I think I can't shrink the scenario size without causing problems. Alright, the flags won't exist when we actually do this. There's no hold there. They're running for the gate. Good. We'll start with Tiny. Hope that we don't run into any issues. Why is that not placing enough? 9,320. Flag C. See, something's fishy again. I guess being too close to the edge of the map. No, I don't know why it's doing that. Don't know why it's doing that. Don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, not sure about that. Let's try it. Alright. There we have some round walls and they're doing fine. Sometimes we get the extra bit there. I've been trying hard to get rid of it. What's blocking it again? This thing here. What if I make this like 19? No effect. 19 to 22. No effect. Well, okay. Let's try 6 players. I think it looks cool. Worst case, I just don't put in the gate and there's a hole there. That will work more or less guaranteed. Alright, let's try 8 players. Works, definitely works. Now it gets real fun. Giant. Ludicrous. Surprisingly, the player lands are in a position where, weird holes notwithstanding, it actually sort of works. Now we just go... Alright, I think I count that as a great success for today. And tomorrow I can polish up. This would be one map. The city would be the second map. The Docklands is a third map. I can submit the other dock map and then I'll just pick the hamburger map. That's 5. Perfect. Who's still watching? I think I'm going to end the stream soon-ish. Let's generate this one though. We can hide Notepad and just enjoy some scenery for a bit. This is my project that's going to be a map at some point. Not balanced for competitive, but very beautiful for casual. I need to put in the new terrains, like the new muddy shallows and so on. Question is if I can do anything clever to make the streams link up in a better way. Probably not is the answer. I really like this project though. This is going to be amazing when it's done. Pinnacle scripting. This one, it's nature. I should take some more. I should take some capture age images of this, put them on Reddit. It just needs resources and so on. Alright, I think it is time to call it a night. Thanks everyone who stayed around after being dumped here on the raid. It's a great way to bolster my viewer numbers. Now, I mean, thanks for watching. Hope it was entertaining. Hope you learned something. Alright. Good night.